written to Wagner. Dear Evgeny, he writes, as you know, on June the 1st, our region was subjected to a treacherous attack by militants of the so-called Russian Volunteer Corps, fed by the Kiev criminal regime. Dun dun dun! I know, it makes them sound like a cartoon, doesn't it? Unfortunately, some settlements in the region are still under the control of militants. We have not received any significant assistance from either the Ministry of Defense or the Federal Security Service. The evacuation of the population had to be carried out on their own. Oh no, my heart bleeds. Anyway, sorry, that wasn't in the letter. The administration of the Belgorod region appeals to you with a request to consider the possibility of sending PMC Wagner fighters to the territory of the region to restore order and control over the captured settlements. Gosh, I wouldn't be asking those guys to restore order and control anywhere. But, you know, that's how it goes. So there you go. Did you enjoy that?
I enjoyed that a lot. Can you hear me now, Mockers?
You're back.
Yay!
I am back. I was talking for 20 minutes non-stop, and I was getting no reactions or anything from everyone. I realised I was just talking into the ether. It must have been what I said about Elon Musk earlier on. I've been targeted by the Muskites. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Right, so
By the Muskites.
yeah, the Muskite. Yeah. Anyway, so I have no idea of order of hands. Ryan, have you got any idea? Is it lunchtime or is it LR?
I think it's lunchtime and then LR.
Okay, go on. Off you go. Lunchtime.
Thanks, guys. First of all, I mean, Muskites, Muskrats, Muscovites, who knows? So I haven't really had a chance to listen today. I've sort of had you guys on, off and on. But I note that, you know, out of 3 random newspaper, let's open another one. I'm opening another UK newspaper website, right? Let's see. So, what have we got? We've got The Times, which leads with British girl among 6 hurt in French park stabbing, and no mention of the dam or Ukraine or the hundreds of people left in such a you know, their lives hang in the balance. And in fact, they're being targeted, actively targeted by Russian artillery as they try to survive the dam burst that the Russians caused. Okay, so the Times leads with this French park stabbing, which is ridiculous. The Independent also has this story about the stabbing in Annecy, but right next to that article, there is a headline that says Putin's forces targeting. I don't know why targeting is in quotes here. I suppose because it's being quoted from someone else rather than implying that that might not be true. But anyway, Putin's forces targeting Kherson Dam evacuations with strikes. So, okay, tick, we've got one. That's got it on the front page. Fair enough. The BBC, British child among those injured in France knife attack. And that's it. There's a section on the Ukraine dam breach, but it makes no mention of the ongoing humanitarian crisis. The Evening Standard has Ukraine's tops Rishi Sunak's US agenda, but don't mention a trade deal. I don't know what that means. It does actually have, so it has 2 stories on Ukraine, that one there with Rishi Sunak. The other one is Ukraine forces seize initiative in many frontline battles, says UK. But it doesn't mention the dam, it doesn't mention the humanitarian crisis, as I say. So it's pretty mixed bag, really. Mostly, like the Times, I'm incredibly disappointed with. It just seems to ignore this story completely. What I want to know is what's it like around the rest of the world? Because there seems to be a real pattern of these brutalities inflicted against Ukraine being consistently underreported or overlooked by the world's media. And, you know, like apart from the frankly risible and idiotic headlines we saw when the dam was first hit, including things like it's on the Ukraine-Russia border, which it really is not. There just seems to be a real, I don't know, like a complete lack of interest in this story. And there's more interest in 6 kids getting stabbed. While that's a tragedy, but 6 kids getting stabbed in a park or whatever it was is not the same thing. It's not even the same order of magnitude as the tragedy that's unfolding. The human-made, the man-made tragedy, the Russian-made tragedy that's unfolding in Ukraine. Anyway, that was my little rant. And as I say, I am curious about how it's being reported in other parts of the world. So I would welcome people to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, Iona has got a perspective. So can you answer that one, Iona?
I think I can help a little, and Iona can chime in as well. Iona, Joanna, you want to go first?
No, please go, Axel. I had other stuff.
No problem. I think it's a very important point, and thank you for bringing this up lunchtime, because obviously the landscape of reporting differs. Now, British press, for whatever criticism you want to levy at it, has been actually quite actively reporting by comparison. I'm not saying that this goes for every European country, and I haven't done today, unfortunately, otherwise I could give you a really good answer. I haven't done the typical press review because I was a bit out of commission this morning, unfortunately, so I couldn't read all of this, but I will make an effort in that regard. Maybe Nick can assist and tell me what he has seen today, if he had the time to go through French and Spanish and other media. I can attest to what has, maybe Peace for Ukraine can talk about what she typically reads from both Portuguese and I think Italian, as well as whatever else comes across her screen in Luxembourg. But the key thing is that in the German media in recent days, the reporting about the Novakovka Dam has been substantial, very comprehensive. However, it has been across the board unequivocally bad, with maybe 2-3 exemptions. A couple of journalists of all parties, the Bild Zeitung, have done a decent job. Not Julia necessarily, but some people have. There was also the big interview which happened of Ronsheimer, the chief editor, or the most senior journalist, as they call him there, chefredakteur, or editor-in-chief of the Bild Zeitung, who had the interview with Zelensky, and therefore, in the scheme of things, there was a substantial amount of attention. Their reporting was not completely bad, not completely, but bad still. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung is pretty much the only one who actually really reports on it comprehensively and ties in with better international news. Original news, not just re-quoting other newspapers, which seems to be currently the, I don't know, modus operandi of most of the newspapers. Tagesspiegel in Berlin is just completely, utterly navel-gazing and very, very much focused on a specific type of ideology, supporting reporting. The Süddeutsche Zeitung is across the war the most disappointing of the 3 large newspapers. Welt is a hit and miss show at the moment, but at least they report and create, say, attention, and maybe sometimes attention in itself is good enough, but the reporting overall is flimsy. It's not very correct as to details, and it's, again, very national, meaning if something happens with Leopards, trust me, it will be reported. If something happens with all the equipment the Germans supply, it will be reported. So, and you know where this is now going in terms of what I will tell you, evidently, because the Germans now have given so much more equipment from so many different sources in terms of manufacturing, and so many different, say, locations as to the manufacturers, and so many different levels of equipment are involved, the whole technical or technically focused attention that has grown, and that's why you see reporting. But is it good reporting? Is it comprehensive? Not really. I mean, if you look at what Konrad Schuller does, yes. I mean, I'm exceptionally proud to name this man a friend of Ukraine and a friend of our space, and just out all over good guy. But then again, he has been doing this for decades. Reinhard Weser at Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, he and I would have a few difficulties from time to time to agree on a number of political interpretations, but most recently, he and others have been reporting rather comprehensively on this, and this goes hand in hand with this increased level of engagement and deliveries. But are they reporting appropriately on this war crime? It's hard. At the moment, I fear that we will see a lot more bad reporting coming in the next few days because of the ground offensive having gone in full swing. And we will see a lot of hype. We'll see a lot of fear mongering, and we will see people still hanging on and clinging on to exactly those fear scenarios. That's how I would summarize it. So unfortunately, Lunchtime can't give you anything better. The worst part is that in Austria, the reporting is just absolutely abysmal. But fancy pants will have told you this in recent days as well on a regular basis. Der Standard, die Presse, Profil, all of them, it's terrifying. Neue Zürcher Zeitung in Switzerland, I think Florian mentioned this already earlier, they're very, very focused on the internal debate, on this rather formalistic, but still supportive approach in terms of humanitarian and budget support in Switzerland. That is just like what I just explained about German media, very, very local focused. And the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, unfortunately, does not have the massive resources one would hope a newspaper of that former stature would bring to bear to report on this matter. And that's just the German-speaking media. I could talk about what happens here in the Baltics and Finland, but it's not relevant at the moment. Please, let's go to Nick, then to Peace for Ukraine, and maybe Mette can speak to...
Actually,
Yes,
Axel, could I,
Yes, of course.
could I just say thank you so much? I mean, that's such a comprehensive roundup. So that's much more than I had any right to expect. So thank you so much. And you know, I agree. It is it's infuriating actually, because it's just, you know, if anyone ever thought that in 2023 you could openly carry out war crime after war crime, and the so-called hyper-connected international news media that's, you know, supposed to beat to the pulse of every emerging story in real time, thanks to the interconnectedness of the internet, etc., would just ignore it, right? This is as if, you know, the crimes of World War II are happening in real time, and people are just simply not reporting it. They can't be bothered, or, you know, there's some local interest story that takes precedence. It is absolutely, it's, to me, it's absolutely mind-boggling. But thank
We
you
had
so
more
much,
comprehensive...
as ever.
Thank you, Lunchtime. But may I just chip in there?
No worries.
Hold on, because I like what you just said. And reminds me, before we go to Nick, who's been patiently waiting, it reminds me a little bit of what we experienced, if you remember, in the 1990s with what was then the so-called civil war, which was essentially a war waged by Serbia against the other states on the Balkans, and the various wars which spun out of there from there. That at that point in time, media reporting initially was extremely bad. I mean, really, just very, very bad. But it was at least there, and then it continued to be there. And the atrocities in this conflict, and the vast diaspora of people from the so-called former Yugoslavia who lived all across Central Europe, Western Europe, and beyond, made it seemingly a necessity because everybody could identify easily with it. So the proximity of that even engulfed, of course, nations such as Hungary at that point in time, but specifically Austria or Switzerland and Italy for that matter. So as a consequence, there was substantially more reporting. And it had, the Greek media was in upheaval, if you remember. I mean, on both sides of the political spectrum. And with a clear initial thrust to support Serbian causes, but then again, later, when the atrocities became prevalent, started reporting differently on it. I do remember that I sat once with one of the lead editors of Casa Marini, and he said that at some point in time, it was just the Serbs were just going completely out of order, and that whilst the Greeks had a connection with them, could simply not understand why someone in what was then, don't forget, at the end of the 20th century, how can this happen? Well, now we have it again in a different fashion. And I think the reporting now is even more atrocious, biased, myopic, navel-gazing than then. But there you go. Let's go to Nick, then we go to Peace for Ukraine, then to Joanna and to Meta. Nick, please. Did you have anything for the media side?
Yeah, precisely. That was why I put my hand up. So before I went and did a bit of research, I would caution, I think, before we do this, first of all, we need to understand that the positioning of news outlets and newspaper websites varies by country, by culture. It may very well be that in some countries, people don't necessarily get all of their information, or their information primarily from one way or another. It may well be that a newspaper covered the flooding extensively yesterday and has now got a team working on it perhaps for the Sunday edition, and that there'll be a big Sunday feature. So if the flooding was covered yesterday, perhaps it's not appropriate, or they don't have anything to cover it today. You have to have content, and people get assigned different things. So I would say be careful what conclusions you draw about that, and the difference between news and current affairs, which is, I think, well understood in broadcasting. Here in Europe, we have the tradition of the red-edged weekly news magazine. In Britain, rather more perhaps the Sunday newspapers. So let's not try and draw too many conclusions from a sampling like that. However, that said, I went and had a look. So front page of the website of the Volkskrant, which is the kind of the Dutch centre-left paper, would be the Guardian equivalent. The three top read stories are about Ukraine. There's actually a picture of a Ukrainian soldier. Well, the headline is Ukraine has started offensive on various fronts. First Leopard 2 seen in action, and there's a picture of some Ukrainian soldiers. One of them a woman, apparently riding into battle, and there is a Dutch child hurt in Annecy, but this is in a little box on the corner. So I would say Volkskrant has very much Ukraine above Annecy, but as much the offensive as the flooding. And I don't know if we would object and say, no, don't cover the offensive, cover the flooding. You know, there's a limit to how much I think we can micromanage that. Le Monde and Libération both lead on Annecy, but I don't think that's entirely unreasonable, given that it's in France. So I'm going to give them a small pass on that. The Telegraph has absolutely no mention of the flooding, although there are 25 stories on its front page, including "I'll never throw out my DVD player. The woke police can't delete my box sets." Thank you, Michael Deacon. There are a couple of mentions of the counter-offensive.
Telegraph being sold, right?
Well, yeah. And so the Dutch media, NRC, has two things on its front page. A report that I guess they've had for a while about school laptops in the Netherlands, but the other is Ukraine. It's the offensive has started, and if you click on it, you get to their daily, and most websites I think have a daily feed from Ukraine with news, and that includes details about the flooding as well. Trouw, centre left, talks about Dutch. The first item is a Dutch domestic political question. The second is reporting on Russian denials of the dam being blown by Russia. So I think that is relatively favorable. De Standaard in Belgium, in Antwerp, has a picture of a dog and a boat and flood rescues in Kherson as the largest item. And the Annecy attack is a much smaller one. In Spain, El País leads with a photo and video on the first, right in the middle of the page, of Kherson flooding. There is an article about saying the European Union does not discount the possibility that Russia could commit similar acts to the blowing of the Novakhovka dam. So absolutely no equivocation from there. And then there's a lot of stuff, of course, about the Spanish general election, which is coming up. So Spanish domestic politics. But of the 6 or 7 sites that I've just cited, certainly the Dutch and Belgian and Spanish ones, Ukraine in some form is more prominent than Annecy in pretty much each case.
Okay, that's
so.
I agree with that, and
Yeah.
I can find this also
Yeah.
in German, Austrian, and Swiss media and the like.
Yeah.
And that's completely fair. My question, however, is more as to what is also being said and reported, not just the imagery. Not even
Well, I've only had
of course.
I only found out that this was a discussion topic about 8 minutes ago. But as I say, I'm very encouraged, for example, by this headline. European Union does not discount the possibility that Russia could blow up to do more things like blowing up Novakhovka. So that's certainly unambiguous.
Could I break in for just a second, guys? I just wanted to let you know that their missiles have landed in Odessa, and most of the south and west of Ukraine is under air alert now. Thank you.
Yeah, air alert's always important. So here's El Mundo, another Spanish paper. I think it's center right. And that's reporting on, Russians throwing people out of their unflooded houses. So they're doing a pretty good job there. So, with the proviso that I'm reading these stories in real time, it seems to me that, as I say, what have we got? Dutch, Belgian, and Spanish media are giving decent coverage to the flooding. And certainly I don't see any of them going, mystery surrounds who blew up the dam.
But that was yesterday still the case. That's the interesting part. I find it funny that topic is not being discussed anymore. Yesterday, there was a lot of equivocation across the whole of Europe. All newspapers, all news outlets. It was absolutely terrifying. The level of stupidity and lack of proprietary.
Well, they have editorial, but they have editorial policies that they have to have 2 bits of evidence in front of them before they sign off. So
yeah, but then they should have taken more evidence because there was enough evidence.
I don't think much long-term harm has been done by that.
I think a lot of long-term harm has been done because that's where I beg to differ on a regular basis. And our friend David, the Irishman, also highlights this. Sometimes the first impression made by a media event does stick for far too long because people thereafter do not actually take in this in such granular detail as maybe you and I would do. And that's the main problem in that regard. I think setting the tone right is, by the way, something which we tried to do here. And I think we managed to achieve that. And I'm not quite sure that this can be easily fixed because the shockwave which went through the world yesterday and the day before should have been more directed at the Russians in that regard. But if you don't mind, Nick, let's just cycle through the hands. I have a number of more questions for you, if you don't mind after. Peace for Ukraine.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I think Axel Joanna was before me and has her hand raised quite a long time.
Was whether you have something on the media
sorry. Yeah, I do actually. I wanted to make a joke, but I can leave that for later on. Basically, from the media side, I am just back from 2 weeks off in Portugal. So as far as Luxembourg is concerned, I'm just back today. I didn't caught up on much, but I just had a quick check. So from Luxembourg side, the reporting is still on front page news. There's actually the French-speaking journal that I like to read has actually 2 articles. One where they mentioned that there are 600 kilometers that are flooded, and Zelensky visited Kherson. The tone and the contents of the news that I've flew by indicates that there is no doubt who are the responsibles for the dam being damage, exploded. It was the Russians, and there's no doubt about it. Also, they mentioned that the reservoir of the dam no longer is sufficient to cool down the reactors of, that's one of the headlines, of the reactors of Zaporizhia, but it does mention that that there are remediation ways for this for the moment. So it's under being watched, and they also mention the nuclear watchdog measures, as well as upcoming visit next week. As far as Portugal is concerned, I tend to keep to a couple of outlets, namely what I've looked instantly when the dam was broken, when we woke up to the news that the dam was broken. So I was still in Portugal, and the first thing I saw when I saw the news was looking what the newspaper, the Portuguese newspaper that I subscribed, and it has the highest publication, which is Expresso. They immediately posted out, immediately, the same day. So this was around noon in Portugal time, which is London time. Their first post about it was that the Russians blew up the dam. So this was very clear. There was no doubts about it. There was no doubts who did it, and then of course numbers of articles have been followed, including a very thorough one on the historical of the occupation, who was there, that Zelensky alerted, Craig alerted that there was danger of damage, of potentially being completely destroyed. So the let's say the coverage is quite well done. Also in the most watched television network for news, which is SIC Notícias, that I once in a while watch, and I watched a bit while I was over there. There's a program that has been going on since last year and continuously twice per week. And whenever there's something out of, let's say, extraordinary, which is the case, they will jump in and do a 30-minute segment that then becomes available online to everyone to watch, with two very good analysts that indicate and actually that they look through the, let's say, the mayhem of Russian propaganda. They clear it out, they clear the fog, and also from a technical point of view, a military point of view, one of the analysts can explain quite significantly what's going on the ground. So the coverage continues from Portuguese side. Also appreciated tremendous from the Portuguese side is that our foreign ministry immediately has issued a statement that I thought it was very fast to come out, and I appreciate this clarity, and I appreciated this way of saying that in fact they do with Ukraine after the destruction of the Novakakova Dam. We condemn this environmental crime and the destruction of civilian infrastructure, which are a clear violation of international humanitarian law. Russian brutal actions against Ukraine must cease. So they expressed, and this was issued on the 6th of June, so when the day of the explosion, at 4:09 p.m. So Luxembourg time, CET. So that's the news that I have from my. I did not do a thorough analysis like Nick did from one side, from both spectrum of newspapers. It's really not my style. I tend to read what I like to read.
Thanks, Peace, for your time. Ioana?
Yeah, thank you, Shaggy. I will talk a little bit also about the coverage in press because, as Axel said, it was at least disappointing, to say the least, about it. I don't for presenting the fact from the both perspectives, because there is no other perspective here. It is a humanitarian and ecological disaster, and it was provoked by Russia. We have evidence of explosions. We have seismometers that detected the explosions. We know who had the motives, the reasons, the means and the opportunity for doing this, because it was it. If they would think that it was Ukrainians who did it, they would overreact to it. But no, they are downplaying it. And I'm really disappointed how this is presented in the press, with a lot of framing, with a lot of, let's say who is the culprit here, even without a logical analysis of the situation. And for example, I just checked on BBC, the title is Kyiv claims that Russians are bombing the evacuation right now. So it's not hundreds of videos, and as if there are not journalists there are now in Kherson who could independently presented quite largely for the last 2 days. It's they do not say Russia is the who did it, but they I guess it's balanced, but they do hint towards the Russian side. And also, there are initiatives in Romania in order to help Ukraine, not only things. And I did have other subjects, but I'll let people speak and come back again for those.
Thanks, Ioana. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of Finland news now. How is Finland reported?
In the reporting, Pekka Toveri, who is, very famous intelligence officer here in Finland. He's in politicians, and I think he's been talking in this space as well as an expert.
He was a guest.
Yeah. Yes, but he has reported on Helsingin Sanomat, which is like the biggest newspaper here in Finland. He was criticizing their report. So Helsingin Sanomat reported sort of that it was just worn out and not maintained. And Pekka confirmed. So I think it's very bad that when trusted sources like BBC are basing their theories on something, and because it starts a wave of not disinformation, but that okay, this is the theory we're going on here in Europe, sort of. I think
highlighted the erosion of the BBC, which has been ongoing for a long time, a long time. And they've managed.
I feel so
Yeah,
too.
they have managed to grab the ambiguity of, hey, this is how you get populists, because if you erode the institution of not impartiality per se, but lack of, you end up getting shit. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and it's very sad because I've grown up like trusting. If you can trust anyone, source of truth, and I think when they start this kind of reporting that is sort of middling without confirmation. But yeah, you know what I mean. I have a question as well. Was it lunchtime or Ryan? Because I came to space so late about Kherson left bank and the evacuations. I wanted to ask if they've been able to save any people from that side. That you don't have to answer if you were off topic or something. Thank you.
That would have been Ryan.
Being rescued by Ukrainian rescuers, but not a hell of a lot, obviously, because it's where the Russian occupation forces are. Have difficulty getting to them because of the Russians, and the Russians mortaring them, and artillery's coming over and sniping as well, sniping at the rescuers when they try and go in. So yeah, it's an absolute disaster there.
UN should absolutely send some troops there. It's if not now.
Is what I've heard. Nick, you're hang trotter. You got some news on this? Some info? Nick?
The UN cannot send troops without a Security Council resolution. Various UN agencies can send people, without the need for the Security Council, but the UN cannot send. Troops. And of course, the other thing is the UN countries, many of them from places where soldiers appreciate a $100-200 a day danger money balance gets sent. But the idea that the UN should send troops, the ability to send troops requires Russia to agree. So I think we can very safely say that is not going to happen.
But they already built it into their announcement that they're not going to send anyone until Russia
maybe Doman and I can come up with a plan to sort of keep the Russian ambassador locked in the bathroom for the duration of the voting process. But yeah, this isn't going to happen.
Hey there again. My eye just caught a bit of a reply from a wonderful NAFO Portugal colleague. Portugal, and basically was elected to a Vatnik soup. This is some retired major. Portugal apparently allows to air, which is basically because of this guy. I actually stopped watching CNN Portugal quite a few months ago. Only watch it. Today is World Oceans Day 2023, and I think it was mostly celebrated somewhere in the Red Sea, where a news and happy World Oceans Day, everybody, including to that shark. Go
Yeah,
sharks.
yeah, poor shark, poor shark. Hope it doesn't have a stomach ache. Prince.
Minister of the humanitarian thing, that they have already been in contact with Russia, to the Russian side to try to be able to send humanitarian in the Security Council, and that they are trying to reach out to the Russians to be able to provide aid, but they haven't been able to confirm anything. I also wouldn't trust a green.
One thing that's kind of surprised me, which I was kind of looking out for that hasn't happened yet, is I was kind of partly expecting the Russians to call for a local ceasefire for humanitarian reasons, basically because they want to. Axel.
Well, the aim is different. It's not of them. It's not for them to delay anything because they're already in preparation to seed the ground. The only thing perspective of the Russian commander in that area, this is exactly fine. They don't have to kill them themselves.
Wanted to know would know what's going on. Obviously, they don't care about their own soldiers very much either, so they're happy for them to drown, or unconcerned about them drowning as well, the ones that are left. Yeah, and that's the rest of the world, and especially going back to the news and how it's wearing Macs and smoking a cigarette and get paid a hell of a lot of money, and it's more of a vocation than an actual career. Being or seemed to me to be more of a vocation than a career, being a journalist. But now, seems to be a lot more honest. But now it's just definitely more commercialized. If it doesn't get a click, if it isn't sensational, or if it's not to do
Appeal of the money of the click has taken over the ethics and the morals and the adequacy. Do not know the meaning of professional conduct and moral obligations they have towards society, because shame on them, but is also shame on us, because we should pay attention always. Little younger than me, but I'm from 72, so there it is. But what I unfortunately I find appalling is that and check other as a source of news. I'm not saying we are all alike, we all have the same behavior. I'm just saying that we have the duty also of care and keeping starting right now, that the big spreaders of disinformation and misinformation and Russian propaganda, they are held to account at the same title as any war criminal, because they are is the doubt here. There is no doubt. It's plain and clear to see. So open your eyes, please, dear journalists, dear politicians, dear people. Open your eyes. So, pardon my French, but this is sort of it has been do big fancy parties for birthdays. Get that money, get it across to Ukraine, to any charity that you enjoy. I personally tend to favorite MriyaReport, MriyaAids. Do not help. Report that tweet as false. Please be conscientious. Please be careful. Please continue to amplify Ukrainian voice.
Baba. Robin, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Jingu after you.
Well, okay, thanks. Peace for Ukraine, I think, covered most of what I was going to say and did a better job than I did. One thing I would just mention is I don't know about in the rest of the world, but in the United ban the Orthodox Church, which of course was total nonsense. I went and looked this fellow up before writing an op-ed, a letter to the editor, which of course wasn't published. and he was this kid. You need to look at whatever you're getting, as Peace for Ukraine was saying, and evaluate if it's true or not. You don't assume that if it appeared in a major newspaper.
A lot of other people, so they know what's going on. And a lot of news channels are 24/7. Okay, granted we are as well, but we try and bring facts. We got a lot of people.
And I do agree that disinformation is a major issue, but I just want to give some facts so let people take a look at it maybe from a different angle. Okay, so yes, is disinformation serious? Standpoint, okay, the New York Times, Washington Post, as versus Epoch Times, there's no comparison. Okay, the Washington Post, New York. They actually publish how the CCP do the right wing infiltration and also disinformation. Okay, they even publish the books. Bates, yes, absolutely. But keep in mind, like I said, every disinformation operation is a counterintelligence issue. We're dealing with not just there's an organization. Now everybody just go back to do a Google search. It's called Eric Lee and Guan Chang. Okay. That Eric Lee is a CCP selected venue. can to support Putin to win. Why the defeat of Ukraine is vital to China's rise. That's number one. Number two, the purpose of the state of China you have on the other side that basically the journalists we can not even make a living. I happen to know that for example the Hark Herald. Why could Hark Herald do the research? Because there are a bunch of retired Jew. It's a cultural issue. We're talking about how many cups we need to have. How can we hold the cups and the glasses of water differently in order to control I believe sooner or later the national security, counterintelligence, FBI counterintelligence will look into that. Then we're going to see a coming. They actually have the jet bombers waiting after them. That's the reality. That's how we are doing. Everybody has a pistol. It's going to the front line now. But they have tanks and jet bombers. And that's the reality. That's
I think that's fair. In fact, they should be given missiles which are better, much better than the Russian ones, so they can end it quickly. So yeah, that's my thought on that one. Monica.
Greetings, everybody. I just wanted to stand up. Of many of the early reports on the dam explosion are well taken criticisms. In this particular context, I think the journalists need to appreciate who the different sides are in this war and the dramatic difference between the sides. On one side, we have an invader. On the other side, we have an based on how they're trained and their general principles. And I think in the broader sense, we have to be careful not to go too far in bashing mainstream Western media institutions. Part of what makes us better than Russia run away for them, and don't say the mainstream medium is all horrible. And don't go crawling off into some cubbyhole on the internet where people only say things you want to hear. The New York Times and the Washington Post will say things you don't want to hear from time to time. And that's because they are impartial and they are legitimate. But that's what makes
the news, have a news cycle. Okay. If something happened, you would like to hear and read about something right away. Okay. That's just a human nature. Your audience is not going to, let's say, this thing happened. About 2, 3 weeks, extensive research, and they can dedicate to that because they don't give a damn. These are financially free people. They don't give a damn. They're doing that for fun. You cannot run. By the time maybe 90% of people already wrote off, they're not paying attention anymore. On the other side, they can respond by in about 2 hours, and moreover competitive environment to deal with this situation, to compete with this dynamic. Are they going to win? No. Going back to Monica's point, my biggest concern Who is paying for them? Why are they doing that? Revoke their visa, send them back to China. This is how you can't fight back. You cannot expect all.
Yeah, very thought provoking what you just said there. Gregory, then Abdullah.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Yes. And by the way, I did want to interact with Jingu a little bit if he could stick around. To many people who are Ukrainian supporters, if not Ukrainians themselves, and the urge and impulse to say, I put on the television last night and I saw, and I'm sure would much rather report what to those who have looked into this or listen to some experts on dams and so forth would conclude. I'd like to point out a couple of things. One is that accused by some of us for not responding fast enough and just doing the research. Others are accusing them of reaching conclusions completely falsely. And, we're in the middle of has done surprise invasions of India, Russia, Vietnam. That they are willing. This government's willing to do all kinds of things. But I wanted to and just went back to their side of the border. So I want curious about if I could have Jingu sort of discuss this with me very briefly. It is simply, are there any lessons there?
Institute, especially like Stanford, Hoover, all these people, they started to analyze, very intelligent people, but starting analyzing China in a very, very bad set of assumptions. That's we're in the Vietnamese soil. How do we know? Today, all these lands were returned to Vietnam. So, in order for the what we call they call the PLA mothers, is keeping the land. It's something they want to make a statement. Go back to study the history of China sudden attack against India. The entire China wanted the United States and the West to come to China. What's the number one reason? We gave communist China, we cut them, we we give them some slack. Cut them some slacks for them. Because if it's the utmost cost, that's number one. Number two, because by sending troops there, they actually have the Chinese military going there in rotation.
then they go back. It doesn't seem like there's any willingness on the part of the current leaders in Moscow to do anything remotely like that. They seem to all be doubling down on what's going on and doubling down on refusing to leave.
Years. So keep in mind, but they have a golden formula. The golden formula is if the West has a mess, it does not, it got sick and tired of dealing with, that's the opportunity for us. So let's go back. So why did Nixon and Kissinger go to China, went to China, go with Union? We actually demonstrate we can be there to help you. So therefore, you cut us some slack, you open up, you give us something. So that bought them some time. Then, in the after the 9/11, again, the West got a mess. The Islamic extreme. The goddamn chip ban by Biden. Now, time for you to lift it up. Many companies, or there's a lot of boycott of Huawei, right? If the golden formula kicks in, we have an opportunity to cut the slack. We meaning the communist regime. So that's the way.
so the question here is, regarding Soviet Union and turning into Russian Federation. Today, did the Russian Federation, are they?
Yeah, East Turkestan. They don't belong to China. Okay, so they are actually, their relationship with China is even more brittle than Ukraine or Kazakhstan ever would have. Like a bunch of toy blocks glued together with some very questionable glue, and these glues are getting old. They are falling off. Attacking the Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty got to be GDP number one. 200 million people. Manchurian Empire. Basically, there are a bunch of, like the statistics, huge swath of land with no prospect of winning, and then go to the court martial and to face the firing squad as a traitor. What do you think that general would choose? use.
It's time to cross the Rubicon there.
David, why are we here? What are we doing here?
Sometimes I wonder what we're doing here.
And she's been highlighting what needs there are in Ukraine, and specifically in Kherson at this point in time. And that is one of the functions of MriyaReport, which is a 501c3. And Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the Veterans Fund, and does advocacy in the US, then comes back to Ukraine to make sure that veterans are actually properly provided for in future, or whether it is sufficiently comprehensive reporting as well as dissection of data. We try to make sure that the trolls have a counterweight, a counterbalance. We try to speak truth to power to the point that we can identify it. We refine
Component parts and give an opinion typically, and we generally believe our opinion is mainly correct, mostly correct is the way I would probably say. it. Yeah, Axel, you did a splendid job. I was
Russian and Chinese warplanes. If you could just comment on that, Jingo, thank you.
Yeah. To hold all the nations together to make China great again. So therefore, subjugating Tibetans, subjugating the Uyghurs is vital to the current Chinese state's survival. Now, if you're that model, that's why Taiwan is a sovereign state. By just being sovereign, it can get these things, but not like many people thought that the market share resources. If China is so capitalistic minded, it would not support Russia in the first place. Why turning against the United States to be with Russia? From the reason
to when the brilliant Nuno Felix arrives. What are we going to talk about for that period of time?
I think we're going to give a little wrap up. a whole swing of them in order to break down that dam. And the Russians did so deliberately and even without
Damn gang.
the bad dam gang blasted the dam.
I know. I mean, we could get Jean-Claude Van Damme to it as well, right? We could do a little. Ecological disaster, how much or if any of the land has been contaminated as a result of the obvious contaminants that will be in the area. Some of those houses will have had oil and the rest of it is
flooded many areas of many residential areas close to the river, to the point the water has still been rising until at least mid-afternoon. I can't
shooting civilians because that's what they do. So you won't see me crying when it all goes dreadfully wrong for them a little bit later. But yeah, it's what they do.
Have no idea how badly hurt the shark is. We cannot.
Maybe his feelings are hurt.
We can't, in any shape or form, opine on this matter. But I'm quite sure that the whole thing will be brought to justice.
I think the shark will have a big stomach.
We cannot opine on these matters, and we will not. I have no idea, but there is a possibility that many people will be standing at the beach in the coming days and in standing there in silence and grief-stricken, and that they can't go into the water because they don't want to offend a shark.
Okay. Well, anyway, I see we've generated a hand. There's once we've got that.
But I would certainly call this uses of a dam that. And I think many of us are extremely uncomfortable that more hasn't been said by our leaders, in part because, as horrific as this is, we're all sitting here worried, well, what if they do something similar to Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, or what if they do another dam, or what if, you know, this factory next to Perekop is look at the satellite pictures and it's massive. You know, wanted to ask, you know, are there some geographic comparators? Maybe Axel, you know, some that explain, you know, how large an area is now.
Just be guesswork, right? Until we can get some proper data, it will just be guesswork. It's a long way, right? So
we can only literally take a topographical map.
We're guessing
with the ISO lines and discern as to whether the indications given as to the height of the water correspond to a certain area. And that is as was quite substantial. But the same thing applies to a certain extent to the lower parts around Lvova, Orivka, Nikolaevka, which are also on the lower range. So if you look, for example, the map right off the hydropower plants, you can see that there is a cost.
So, which is another indicator, right? So they blew 2 others, and the other one was an accident, right? So it's just what they do. Many questions as to what will happen elsewhere. Interesting. We've already got
something else. This is, we talk typically about technical things. I know that in this space, many people talk about details of military things and all kinds of technical issues. But, one of the things that I'm really struck by for the peoples on the left bank is just, what must their life be like with having been under Russian occupation for a year, with all the horrors that entails, the things that go on, the questioning, the investigating, the arrest, the beatings, the tortures. So you've gone through that for a year. You've established, or maybe you haven't established, you're functioning in some form, staying alive, have a life, and then this happens with, perhaps no warning. I know that the Ukrainian government did try to reach people on the left bank with some warnings to head for higher ground.
Someone will tell us.
Yeah, I mean, the other questions are, as people are asking online, is how will help be provided? Is there some international institutions that have any ability whatsoever to let them go in and provide? provide aid. You know, the Russians are parents. What do you do with your children, your small children, if you're trapped like that? Your impulses and your desires to care for them. How can you do that in this circumstance? There's no food. I mean, if you're flooded, there's water all around you. You're alone. You're isolated on a roof. You call out to others that you perhaps are in a similar circumstance. Do you grab something and try to go to some other